Hello everybody, just getting started here. Let me know if my volumes are too loud or anything of that sort. It's a bit of a different setup today. I'd also appreciate if at any point in time you hear crackling or anything of that sort from at least the music to let me know, because I'd really be curious if the Bluetooth drop stuff goes to the stream, or if it goes to just my headset. So been dealing with that with Pipewire. Anyways, I'm gonna finish making my coffee and we'll get started. I am back. Let's go ahead and get this show on the road. Now the first thing I'm going to do, though, is a bit different. So switch over to camera view because you're not really going to be able to see this otherwise. So I had actually, this is my second order, to be clear, of this, because the first time I ordered it, which was like the first time I was originally going to stream, I ordered a size too large, but then I reordered it. So I have Budgie merch. Look, I'm repping a Budgie logo, so that's kind of cool. So let me actually see if I could, there we go. Much better. So that's the exciting thing. It's a nice Budgie hoodie. You could get them on the, actually the easiest way is going to the Buddies of Budgie Twitter. And there should be a link somewhere there for the Spreadshirt websites. Once I get the website up, we'll get a shop link here and all that stuff. So yeah. So what am I going to be working on today? We're going to go over here. I actually forgot to increase the font size and all that. It's been a while since I've streamed. Let's go ahead and do that now. Increase it to like 20. That should be fine. We'll do a terminal font size as well. Terminal font size. That's going to be maybe 18. Right. Okay, so we are going to be working on the Budgie website. Well, specifically the Buddies of Budgie website, which I guess will encompass the Budgie website. And the goal with all of that, if we go to this, is we are using a static website generator called Gatsby. And to be more specific, it generates all your React stuff on the server side as opposed to the client side. And it could do incremental server side generation, which means it could incrementally generate individual components as well as individually rebuild individual pages as well, which is quite handy, you know, instead of building your entire website over and over and over again, which websites like static website generators like Hugo unfortunately have a problem with. At least in my experience when I've used them, I don't know I don't know if Hugo's implemented incremental static generation yet, but at least whenever I've generated stuff, it's gone through and generated every single page. I think during like the deploy mechanism, during the individual websites, individual pages, I think it's usually fine. But so we're going to be using Gatsby. Well, I should say we are using Gatsby. And the reason why I decided to go with Gatsby as opposed to the alternative, which was like next.js, was the fact that sorry, I'm getting used to my Surface headphones, so I end up turning the noise cancellation lower so I could hear myself a little bit more, is the Versailles Platform. Now, the Versailles Platform is a platform developed by the company Versailles, which develops next.js. And the push there's a really heavy push by Versailles for you to run Next.js on their product, on their platform, because it has stuff like image optimization, analytics, their hybrids, server-side generation and server-side rendering, all the incremental stuff, and so on and so forth, as well as like edge router functions and that sort of thing. But I don't want to tie us into the Versailles platform, and I kind of like the more open source approach that Gatsby has. So that's what we're doing. So what I am going to be hopefully working on today is, so right now this is just a static TSX file, or a TS, which is, so that's like TypeScript and then TypeScript plus JSX, which is like an extended JS that allows you to interpolate JavaScript into components much more easily. So right now we're not using that. We're using like the page base and helmet and stacks and all that kind of stuff. So what I want to do is leverage the MDX, or Markdown extended, I want to say is what it is. If I go to it, MDX.js. The idea with MDX.js is to allow you to nest in JSX and like TypeScript and, you know, React components and yada yada into your Markdown. And this is super handy because it allows you to do stuff like what they're showing here. And let me zoom in a little bit more so it's easier to see, is you could interpolate, like you could literally export years. See, didn't know that Next.js was part of Versailles. I just read that they are basically funding Svelte kit development now. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that they were doing that. So I guess we're teaching each other things. But yeah, if you go to like nextjs.org, it literally says Next.js by Versailles. So they definitely have a really heavy push for you to use their cloud platform, which I'm not like, I don't want to imply there's anything wrong with it. I actually don't think there is. But for the case of Budgie, you know, it's a much smaller scale, and the idea behind it is to deploy to, like, you know, our own virtual private server and that sort of thing, and tie that in with GitHub Actions and that sort. And that's kind of a pain from what I've seen anyways to do with Next.js. So there's a much heavier approach to just be like, oh yeah, use this GitHub action and it'll push to Versailles and, you know, job done. And Versailles has a lot of really good use cases, like the image optimization, like edge router functions, the fact that it's basically built in CDN, so your website and your product and all that stuff is basically pushed into geolocated servers around the world closer to your clients, which is super important. And plus it also gives you a little bit more control over, say, handling stuff like EU versus US in terms of GDPR and that kind of stuff. So anyways, so what we're going to be doing is implementing the MDX support. So if I go back to this, you could see you could interpolate like JavaScript variables by exporting them, which I don't necessarily know how much of that I'm going to be doing. But what I can say is stuff like this chart with a year. So you're passing year as a prop and a color as like a static prop as well. And what it'll do is it will grab your chart component and it'll render that out in your blog or in your MDX file. Now, this is especially useful. So I'm looking at this from the perspective of three different things. One, the about page. So or I guess you could say just static pages where you want to have, a lot of text content and then break it up into like timeline sections and then other graphs and that sort of thing. And you would want to tie that in and be able to leverage them in other areas, as well as pull that data from various sources, like say GitHub as an example. So being able to just directly embed that into your content is pretty great. Another aspect is blog posts, of course. So you could think of that as the same as like the about page, where you want to embed various content, maybe, YouTube stuff in, and you just have a YouTube component, and then you specify the tag. This is kind of similar to like, you could almost look at it as the Hugo shortcode system, except it's, I would say, on steroids. In addition to all that, you could think of it as a use case for documentation, right? You want to embed documentation in different segments of other documentation. So maybe you want to have like a meta page that has sort of a getting started guide as an example, and you want to embed snippets from other places. So you could do that instead of say copy pasting content and then having to make sure you update it across 4 different places. So that's kind of the perspectives I'm looking at it from. And that's kind of why MDX is really appealing to me. So the first test case for MDX for us is going to be the about page. So we're going to be transforming this massive block of text that I had started writing, which I think I pulled just from the Open Collective page that we have. And we are going to be sprucing that up and seeing what we could do here. So let me know if the font size is too small or anything. I will actually try to zoom in here a little bit. So hopefully it's not too bad. And you can see there are tons of, this Gatsby source file system one, which allows you to pull in JSON, YAML, all sorts of different content types. It has 2 million downloads, right? So it's that's a lot of downloads. Of course, they have TypeScript. We're actually, I think, already using TypeScript up here. So that allows us to use TypeScript with Gatsby and just specify our TS config. And I don't actually know if it's using Vite behind the scenes, but I will say that in comparison to a lot of the Webpack projects I've been dealing with lately, the Gatsby stuff is very quick. So yeah, and then they have Helmet. So Helmet allows you to specify metadata within your content, and then that gets put into like the head section of the HTML page. So that's all kind of handy there. So they have responsive images and allows you to, I think, render out different image sizes and like, but the one we're going to be focusing on today, hopefully, is this Gatsby plugin MDX. So as you can see, I already added it because I started to add it and I was like, I got tired and the work started and then I only now have been able to get back to it. So what we're able to do is specify resolve. So that's what plugin to resolve to, the options. Oh my God, and I could actually, all of the projects I've been dealing with lately have been using 2 or 4 space indentation instead of tabs. So being able to not do that is kind of great. And actually, let's go ahead and move this to this side if it wants to. Hello? There we go. And then this to the side. All right. And then we're specifying pages as the name and our directory path. So let's go ahead and interpolate this. And then what we're going to do, keyword pages. Oh yeah, I guess there's these posts too. So pages will be for like our about page, which we already have nested in here. So the default extension is MDX, which is great. No default layout, so we need to figure out the layout stuff there. Did I start working on that? I don't know if I did. Remark, I'm not sure about that. There's Gatsby remark plugins. So Prism.js, I'm not sure. In other cases like Gatsby remark images, the interaction between the Gatsby APIs is well deserved because the images can be optimized by Gatsby and you should continue using it. Okay. So I need to look up the MOCP or music on console player. Music on let's see, keybinds. I decided to just use like some lo-fi beats thing. I downloaded it locally, and the reason why I downloaded it locally is whenever I take my headset off, it'll pause the music and I can't disable that. Whereas MOCP doesn't by default have Empress support, so it doesn't listen to that. So it's actually kind of a benefit. When I get back to working on Kodo, I'm gonna have to make sure that there's a way to disable all of that. Key binding sample. Music on console. Let's just type out the entire thing. Music on console. I just saw these too. Why? Oh, here. So it's gonna be. Oh, there it doesn't. Whatever. I was gonna just see about skipping some of that, but guess not. We have MDX shortcodes. Oh, this is how you specify shortcodes. Okay. So you have an MDX provider. Let's go all the way up to the top for this. Okay. So installation. So we already pulled that in. So we'll allow you to automatically create pages with the .mdx files in source pages, and will process any Gatsby nodes with Markdown into MDX content. Requires source file system to be present. Yep, we already have that. And this also allows us to automatically create pages with .mdx from other sources. Well, we don't need to do that, at least at this moment in time. We can specify different extensions like .md for Markdown. Don't have to worry about that really. Let's see, default layout. Takes an object where the key is the name key of the Gatsby source file system configuration you want to target. Default applies to any MDX file that doesn't already have a layout defined, even if it's imported manually. So here you have pages, and that pulls from pages. You have source posts, so that's for generating pages. Resolve. Okay, so we need to resolve. Let's see, that would be, or would that be plugins? Be after this, I guess. Why aren't these? Here, indent that. Okay, so we're gonna need one which is gonna be resolve. I like how I've typed perfectly fine the entire day, but the moment I start typing in front of people, it all goes to shit. Plugin MDX. Okay. And we're going to do options as an object. Within that, we're going to have default layouts. And we're going to have default. We're just going to focus on default for now. So it's going to be a require dot resolve. That's going to be dot dot source, and then it's going to be, so they have it under components, pages. Oh, I guess we do have this page base. Oh, am I using page base? Oh, I guess I am using page base here. Okay. So I kind of did already start working on that. Go ahead and save that. So it's going to be source, components. We're going to have pages. And then we'll have default dot, oh, do default hyphen layout. Although I kind of prefer it to be like default camel cased. Default layout dot ts. Surely it should be dot tsx though. MGX has a layout concept that is different from Gatsby's. MGX layouts are written using the default export JavaScript syntax in a single MGX file. An MGX layout will wrap the MGX content in an additional component, so this could be a good place for a page layout depending on how you are using MGX. Do you have a favorite front-end text editor, like CK editor? I'm not sure what you mean by a front-end text editor. I mean, do you mean like code editor? Because I'm using Visual Studio Code, which is my preferred one. Or are you talking about like for just writing, say, blog posts and that kind of stuff? Because in that case, I prefer Ghostwriter, like to allow users to edit text. Well, I mean, in the case of Buddy's a Budgie, it's whatever they prefer, because they're at the end of the day, they are going to be submitting it as like pull requests to either update content or add additional content. But there's not going to be like some sort of backend that's going to be deployed with like a front end UI for people to edit content. You know, I'm not like building a headless CMS or using a headless CMS or anything of that sort. So if people want to use Ghostwriter, they can. If they want to use like K edit or whatever it's called, or Kate, I guess is what it's called, they can. If they want to use GNOME Builder, it doesn't, to embed in a website. No, I can't say I have one, to be honest. So we have children, and then or as an import like this. Oh no. To be perfectly honest, by and large, I've actually just written my own. Yeah. But to be clear, I've only written my own in the context of a business-oriented messaging platform that I was building before I started other things. But if I was gonna build it from scratch, it'd probably be, well, if I was gonna use an existing solution, I want to say Slack has one that they open sourced. I can't remember. Slack open source. Well, maybe not. I tried that too long ago with Content Editable, but it's hard as fuck. It is definitely difficult. Yeah. The code I ended up writing, it worked. Wasn't prettiest, but it's worth noting that what I was doing was, I mean, I would give the user like, you know, the bold tag or like a button to make text bold or italicize or underline, that sort of thing. But in the back end, what it was doing is I was actually making it as Markdown. And then my front end was sort of like a fancy Markdown editor, effectively. Because I wanted to provide that flexibility for like inline and multi-line code and some of the fancy GFM, actually like GFM Markdown stuff. So I guess it's kind of like saying ATM machine. It's GFM Markdown, it's GitHub flavor Markdown. So they have default page layout. Is that what it's expecting this to be? And they have MDX provider. I mean, I guess we could just give it a go, right? Let's create a new pages. We're gonna pull in React and Helmet, and then we're gonna have import. I guess we don't need to import. So we do export default. We'll do layout. Actually, we'll name it default. See if this works. React function component. I don't even know if that's what it wants. So it specifies children, but what is children considered to be? It's not really saying. Do they have documentation here? MDX renderer. No, that's not it either. Gonna have to keep that MDX provider in mind. Default layouts. Because like here they specify you have a div and then you have a header with your content is, I guess we'll just do this. We need page base. Which is just going to be ... /. But how do you get the metadata for the content? There's like no information on it. Gatsby. Here. I don't need to query it with GraphQL. I don't think anyways. Defining a layout. And this just literally redirects back to this for defining layout. Or do I need to use GraphQL on the thing to get the metadata? But if it's only passing children, then don't really get it. Let's see. The exported component you define from this place will replace the default. So if they have a layout example MDX, so they import something with the purple border, which will give, this will have a purple border. And the component might look like something like this, where it wraps the children in a div. Okay. All right, let's just children. No idea if this is even gonna work. So if we rename this to blah, and then copy this, we go pages about .md MDX. That's rebuilding. It hasn't yelled at me yet. Okay. But our page base specifies also our nav, right? Yeah. So what? Is it not wrapping it in? No. What the fuck? Do I need to specify in the MDX what layout it needs to be? I'm guessing so. Shift tab. We're bearing in mind I'm literally learning MDX while I'm doing this too, so. All right, so if we go back to this. So we need to import it, it seems. So import. And then we need to export defaults. Okay. Components, pages, default. The fact it's not giving me completion is really annoying. Then export default. Maybe. That didn't change it either. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Okay, let's go back to this one because this seemed to have more comprehensive information. Right. So this is how you're specifying it more or less inline. Do you need the header? Is that like acting as a separator? Well, we got further. Okay, default layout is not defined. Well, I mean, we're literally specifying it here, but I guess it's possible that to go up one level. Right? To components and then pages. Then default layout. All right, let's see. Is there like an extension that I could see? MDX. There is. Provide syntax highlighting and bracket matching. Let's see if this does the trick. So if well, it's still not giving me type completion. Default layout. Do I need to do the export? We are doing an import. Well, if anybody in chat knows, do let me know. So here we're not doing that. That's just when we're importing a React. Let's try doing this. I mean, it's still just, it's not rendering it within page layout. Clueless, fair enough. So you have default here. So resolve source components, pages, default layout, .tsx. That seems fine to me. As opposed to source pages. Oh, you know what? Are we not? No, we're pulled in like that. Yeah, we don't need to specify the path here with MDX. So they have a source components layout. Imports React, imports MDX provider. Link. Components, shortcodes. And then children. Okay, let's import. MDX provider. See if this works. the fuck? Using the default export JavaScript syntax in a single. MDX layout will wrap the MDX content in an additional component. So they're importing the page layout, but they're still doing an export default. So do we not need our export default here? We just do this. What? Default layout is not defined. On about. I was definitely talking about this. So you have your metadata. That's where you specify that. And then honestly, what the fuck? Okay, if I'm not gonna do this permanently, okay, but I just want to see. We do export default. Okay. Don't need the return here. Oh, it's not going to pull this in though. Dot source. Oh, actually it's be dot because we're in pages. Components. Pages. Page base. Or is it just in components? Just in components. Okay. Rerun npm start, because evidently that crashed. Building. Okay. All right, it's got to be using, oh, right. Yeah, I do think it's using Webpack and I have to use a plugin to override it to use ESBuild instead. Because holy shit, is Webpack slow. Oh. Okay, it shat itself again. Great. Oh god, that text. React was already declared. Okay. What if I don't do React then? How about you just not crash on me and then we call it even. What? Fucking come on. What now? Expected token. Okay. Oh, it's an object for one. Was it here? Oh, I don't have it here as an object either. Maybe that's it. We'll just do export default. Like so. Children like that with a return. No idea if this will work. That still crashed. All right, you know what? Just revert all that shit. Because that's not working there. And BM start again. Is there an ES build? ES. No. Okay. What is it using for build then? Oh, fuck off. TX loader, what now? What possibly could have broken now? It's still saying on here. I'm gonna just wait, excuse me, what the fuck? Why is it's literally doing the alright, I'll just fucking do that. Keybinds are all screwed up somehow. Now it has to do the same thing all over again. Is there like a different page for this? Make a template. How is it? What? Well, how is it failing now? It's not even like importing the pages about unknown token on line 11. So you're confused about that? What? All right, that shit's bork. Okay, so they have a post page layout and source components. This component will be rendered as the template for all the posts. There's a component MDX renderer, which is used by the Gatsby plugin MDX that will be used to render any programmatically accessed MDX content. For now, to update imports within .mdx files, you should rerun your Gatsby development environment. Otherwise, it will raise a reference error to import things dynamically. You could use the MDX provider component and provide it all the common components you'll be using, such as link. First, create a component that accepts the queried MDX data, which will be added in the next step. So here we have importing React. So we need to import GraphQL from Gatsby. Okay. So let's do that. We need MDX provider, which we have, and we need MDX renderer. Okay. Well, I'm guessing because it's trying to render out with our default. Okay, I think I understand why it's failing. Import link from Gatsby. provide common components here. I guess it's their router alternative, so I guess we'll import that. Okay. Then we have, right, that's shortcodes. So they're doing an export default function of a page layout. Okay, why is that completely different? So latest documentation. So they have data as an object with MDX. Okay. I don't need that open. Let's just clear out all of that. Okay. Don't need this open. Okay. So your export default, we have page template, and this is MDX, which is specified as any. And then they have front matter. So they don't have any types for this, which is kind of annoying. Okay, so we need to do a return. And we are returning a React.jsx component thing. So within that, they have a div. So this would be like our page base. Right? And then what they have here is they have like their header, which is the title. So that's fair enough. We're not going to worry about that for the about page. So actually, you know, let's strip this out. But it is good to know that's how we would implement that. Then we have a MDX provider where we specify our components. So we'll have a const shortcodes like they do. More or less copy pasting what they're doing, but hey, if it works, then whatever. I'll actually come to think of it though. You're gonna want a helmet. I'm gonna use helmet here. I'm gonna do a helmet. I don't think I need to worry about it. They might be able to specify all that by themselves, but let's go ahead and do this anyways. I have title. So we're gonna have the front end title, and then we're gonna have the pipe symbol, which I can never remember where that is there on my keyboard. Buddies of Budgie, right? Like so. Oh, I'm adding it to the wrong place though. Okay, so that's all good. Then we need the MDX provider with our shortcodes. Okay. Within that, we need our renderer, which is going to be the front end matter as front end and the body. All right. So that's within our MDX provider. And then we could override the MDX provider down the line as well to change out the styling, I think. So this could be export default, it's our page layout. Okay. Then write a query that uses ID, which is passed through the context object. So let's see, can we type this? Is there a type for it? Gatsby dot, no? Well, that is most unfortunate. I really don't like untyped TypeScript. Literally goes against the point. So they have a page query, pass through the context in create page. So we need to do a query for it, for the body, the front matter. But what is up with this blog post query? Like, what makes it a blog post? Is that just something they specify? Gatsby blog post query. That's all Markdown remark. What's not even specified here? Why is it? How is? Am I the only one that thinks that Google's search results is actually been getting worse over time? I have to constantly have it, and even this, it's like, are you sure you want to do, or did you mean this? It's like, no. If I meant that, I wouldn't have put this in double quotes. I would put this in double quotes. Why are you prompting me with that? Later. Yep. See ya. And then it's just redirecting me here. So this is just like the name of the query, so it doesn't, maybe it doesn't matter what it actually is. And why did it? So salty. Okay, so we have that. So we have, technically I could just copy this entire thing, export, and just call it, we're just gonna call it query, see if it flips out. And I don't want this to be, that's fine. So ID is equal to ID. So we get the ID, we get the body, we get the front matter, and the front matter has the title. Okay. When you put the component and the page query all together, it should look like this. Yep. All right, so now if I run npm start, it probably won't work. Let's see. Nope, of course it wouldn't, because is it doing the same fucking shit again? On line 11, 56. What? Okay, what's their markdown look like? All right. Title. About. Try it now. GraphQL. What? The GraphQL query in the non-page component will not be run. Exported queries are only executed for your page components. It's possible you're trying to create pages. You're trying to create pages in your Gatsby-node.js, and that's failing for some reason. If the failing components is a regular component and not intended to be a page component, you generally want to use static query. What? Oh, I guess because I don't have a Gatsby.node-node.js thing. Well, this is completely fucking different from what I was running before. Why is it so much different than this? We have this. Gatsby plugin. Let's go back to our Gatsby config. Yeah, so that's normal. Okay, then we have to automatically create pages with .mdx from other sources, which I'm not wanting to do. Oh, evidently this 12-hour lo-fi thing is actually just repeating music after an hour. That's great. I'm sorry I'm so salty. This is just... Oh, it's not providing me any useful information. I don't know what the hell is wrong with the Gatsby documentation where it's like, okay, yeah, I understand this. I understand specifying, you know, default page layout stuff. One, I want it to be in TypeScript. So it should just be generating that by default anyways, right? Because I'm doing the Gatsby plugin TypeScript stuff and I'm setting it to JSX by default. And then what we have here is like none of this stuff would be useful anyways, right? Because this isn't JSX. And this wouldn't be either. So I mean, like this, presumably if this default, and they're not even providing this default page layout standalone either. Like, is this supposed to be it? Or is it supposed to be something else? Is it supposed to be this? You know, like, this is source components layout.js. Okay, so if we change this to just be a normal default, I don't want it to be default layout, oh Christ's sake, layout.js, right? We're not going to have it be TypeScript. So that's that. So we need to do, I guess we don't need to do anything, right? Or do we have to update our Gatsby? Yeah, we do that. Oh, I didn't mean to do that either. So I'm going to do default. Like, the premise of this stuff is great. Gatsby's documentation on it just sucks. So we have default layout. Okay, so it's even named more or less what they would want, right? So we do that. Let's update it, right? So we're not going to use this query. Although technically we would need that too, because how would we get the front end information? So like even this isn't going over that. Or is it just assuming that you would be specifying it with the title like this? And then it just handles all that for you. We're gonna copy this. Pages. I'm gonna do test.js. Copy that in here. Okay. We're literally gonna copy paste. Oh, they don't even let me copy it. Nice. Okay. So we have all this. I do this. I'm gonna nuke that. Update our return. Okay, so we have this. Children. It has no idea what any of this is. So drop that. We have our shortcodes. We have no use for MDX render, evidently, because we're just specifying it through children here, like so, right? Okay, we're then gonna update our Gatsby, rename this to test, and we're gonna rerun. See what happens. Probably nothing. It's probably gonna fail here. Oh my god, it's taking forever. Yeah, of course it would fail. Where? Oh, of course, on the MDX file itself, because, you know, let's not believe that, like, honestly, what the fuck? It's just a TypeScript. It's just a freaking Markdown file. I don't understand. It was at least rendering before. So they're doing it like this. We're gonna get this to go. Import from test. That's still doing an export default. Like that's not. So presumably this would just be the. Let's do a layout. Let's give it a go. Not like it get any worse, right? Like what's gonna happen? It's gonna break even more? Clearly not. Oh wow, surprise, surprise, it's broken. No, who would have figured that one out? Can't resolve source pages. Okay, well yeah, that I at least understand. That needs to be fixed. So that goes up a level into components. And then it needs to be pages test. That I could accept. This, I have no idea why the fuck that would break, but try this again. I don't want to have to specify this every single time though for every single Markdown page. And to me, the whole default layout thing where we're querying stuff actually makes more sense to me. Actually livid. Legitimately livid. Okay, how about this? We're gonna nuke all that. We're gonna have a thing called screw you. To put it politely. Okay, what if I did literally nothing? Okay, so we're gonna copy this. Let's open up like gedit just in case. Throw it there. And then we're gonna do this. Blah. Right? Not much else in terms of content that I could screw up on. And it still managed it. Oh. Unknown token 1156. There isn't even a line 11. Where is it getting that from? It's this. We then have our test.js. Have our link, we have our children, we have a base layout, all that, just like how they want it. We're going up a level from pages into components. Just doing a normal export default. It's JavaScript just like they want it. All right, let's read this all the way from the top because maybe this is more in. All right, programmatically creating pages. Yes, that lives at arbitrary locations outside source pages. Well, that's not what I want. It lives in source pages. Oh, I guess for this is content. Sure, yeah, content. I guess I could live with it being content. Sure. Move that. Move it here, right? Gonna revert all that back to title. Oh, about. Paste this. Okay, we have that. Okay. We then have our resolution. So we need to, oh, do we need to add support for before our, here, let's do this. Before our file system, oh, actually no, before our MDX. Oh, we are specifying it twice. Yeah, I could see how that might be a problem. We'll do this. All right. So we have that. We then have our Gatsby source file system. And we're doing Gatsby source file system. We have options, name, pages. We're going to have content, pages, right? Keyword being page. And then we need to add our MDX. So that's what they're doing here. They're adding information to blog 1 and blog 2. And then we need to create pages from sourced MDX. So it automatically adds a slug field to each MDX node, derived from the corresponding file name. You could use special characters, white spaces, or uppercase in the file names, and it will slugify it, making the slug safe for serving over the internet and human readable. In order to create pages from the sourced MDX files, you need to construct a query that finds all the MDX nodes and pulls out the slug field. Okay, so that's great. So that's added here. All right. So we have a Gatsby node. So we, hey, HV. So we do const path, so that'll require path. We then create our pages, which is an async function that takes GraphQL, actions, and a reporter. So deconstruct the create page function from the actions object. So we deconstruct it. We do an await on our promise from GraphQL to query all MDX edges node ID slug. Do that. Then we have all of our posts Then for each one, we will create a page. Oh, that's where you specify it. Ooh, interesting. Okay, so we literally only need to specify. I mean, this makes sense anyways to do it this way, at least in my opinion. Because we're able to actually query for the information, and then for like documentation, we'll actually be able to query for stuff that's within the docs and specify different layouts and all that kind of stuff. So to me, this is more intuitive. Whether or not it works, we'll find out. Okay, I still don't like the fact it's JS though. All right, but let's go ahead and create it. So it's gonna be const, I don't know why I say const Gatsby. Oh, because I read const up there, Gatsby. Node.js. Right. We're gonna copy it. I know. Oh my god. Convert. What the fuck? Oh, it's stuck on my. There we go. It was stuck on a different layer. Convert. Indentation to tabs. Why didn't it? Hello? You should be tabs now. This could actually be on the same line. So we query. It just looks weird. Whatever. Okay. Whatever, there. Using your split keep, yeah, I am. I actually use it at work. So that's like the only thing I use at work. In terms of like in terms of the keyboard, I mean, like I don't use the laptop keyboard unless I'm like physically taking the laptop to a meeting room or something. Otherwise I'll pack up my keyboard in this little, let me actually switch over. Transition over, please. Thank you. Just like a nice little felt thing. So actually you can see, this is, what even is this? Oh, micro USB for my touchpad that I got, which is in the backpack. But yeah, I had the split keyboard. I had first started bringing actually let me get it real quick. I actually bought this and it got imported apparently clear from the US. It's this Keymaster, it's called a Mano 603U touchpad. The reason why I got this is I kind of wanted something that was similar to like the Apple trackpad, but not Apple, and that was a mistake. Honestly, I should have just gotten the Apple trackpad because it would have been 10 times better than this thing. And the reason for that is I'm kind of expecting the entire surface, right, to just be touch. However, if you hit any of these buttons, it'll do stuff that you don't want it to do because you're used to like, you know, single tapping or, you know, double tapping like this or triple tapping or whatever. And instead, if you're like moving up and then you hit one of these, it's not like a tap, it'll just trigger it. So it's kind of shit. And then this, it has the tendency, is it gonna focus? It has the tendency to go into that Windows 7 mode a lot. For whatever reason, I have to unplug it and plug it back in again. Because for some reason, for Windows 7, it uses the natural scrolling, which for me isn't natural. And then Windows 10, it's normal. I don't know what that's all about. So I have to like unplug and plug it back in. But I would have it between my split keyboard because it felt really ergonomic. But I end up like almost drag and dropping like sensitive stuff into the touchpad, I end up almost drag and dropping sensitive content into like Slack because of the touchpad, or it kind of makes it a pain in the ass just to quickly move windows between between monitors. So I end up just giving up on that, and I take my cursor mouse with me. Don't you have an XPS at work? Touchpad should support multi-touch out of the box. Yes, but my XPS sits like on the side, and then I have like as basically a secondary monitor, and then I have a big monitor in front of me, and then so I'm not gonna like reach over and use the trackpad that way, because that, yeah. No, the work setup is pretty nice. So, right, back to this. Anyway, so yeah, I just used my split keyboard, and then I have these dual, like just wrist rest things for each half, which is pretty handy. So, because I had originally gotten like the long Logitech, I don't remember what it is, but it's like a wrist rest by Logitech, and it's complete garbage and not worth buying, and I would never ever recommend it to anybody ever again. Well, I should say, it's not like I ever recommended it, but don't buy it. It's completely useless. It's not comfortable at all. It's too thin. We're gonna do what, default layout? Default layout. And the Dell XPS is quite nice. The battery life isn't too bad on it. I mean, given, to be honest, it's Linux. Like, when has battery life ever been that great? The only thing I seem to have a problem with is I think more a symptom of the fact that it has a integrated NVIDIA GPU, right? Like, technically it's supposed to be Optimus, but the NVIDIA GPU doesn't seem to actually do anything in the system. And there's no BIOS thing to, from what I saw anyways, to enable or disable it. So it just kind of, it's just useless. I don't really have a better way of describing it. But I think it ends up screwing up the multi-monitor support a lot. So, and I always have to do this like manual thing of changing the resolution on the Dell XPS to like 2560 by something, in order for it to like sort of work with the, it's such a jank setup. It makes me very it makes me feel very fortunate to have the this desktop at home, although I haven't actually worked from home once. So I created a page with a component that doesn't exist. The path to the missing component is source components. I guess it is pages. And right now, because of COVID, there are very few people. What the fuck is it doing? Hold on, I have to unplug this. There's very few people at the office, and by very few, I mean like, what is it doing? Maybe 10. And it's like it's a big office with like 2 levels between it, so it's like a ghost town. But it's nice working there because, you know, it's clean, it's quiet. The like kitchen area is completely separate and isolated. There's like dedicated meeting room booths as well. You don't have upstairs neighbors drilling on the walls or anything of that sort like you have it here. And free drinks. They have tons of like beer there too, which is pretty great. So they have like vitamin water and snacks and all that sort of thing. They do, you would expect at like a fancy office place, but all free, of course. Yeah, but yeah, it's been great. Oh, I'm repping this. Yeah, Budgie. But it's been great. Oh my god, I actually build working from the office. Pages about. Last time I went to the office, I felt like my home office is better, especially the chair. Interesting. No, this chair, I mean, granted, like, it's a gaming chair. These things are, generally speaking, absolutely god-awful. Oh, this is, okay, I don't want this slug like this. So, that's why it's not showing. Okay. The chair at work is so nice, though. For me, anyways, compared to this. Like, it has proper lumbar support. If I want to, I could get a settle chair and use that with the standing desk. All the desks are standing desks, though I find that I don't actually use it for standing all that much. I do sometimes in the morning, though. Like, if I come in and I want to, like, wake myself up in a way, I'll force myself to stand, and then I'll sit, like, a little bit into it. But it's nice to at least have the option. So, all right, it's rebuilding the bundle. It did generate this blog about, though, so that's cool. At least I know it's generating the content. Whether or not it's actually going to have my layout the way I want it is another question. But I guess in theory it's done. Come on, work. Oh my god, it finally fucking worked. Okay. Yes. Fucking hell. I could die now. I kind of want to get one, but it's pretty expensive. Are you talking about the chair or standing desk? How standing desk can't do it anymore. Plantar fasciitis. I'm not sure what that is. All right. Yeah. Let's update this. So create what? Normal pages. So pages. So it puts at the root. Inflammation in my foot, like at the bottom where the foot. Oh, that sucks. Standing desk. Yeah, the standing desk that I want, I'll pull it up fully. Is gonna cost like an arm and a leg. Or at least this is like the main EU provider I found of like nice standing desks. If anybody has any other recommendations, let me know. I've considered ones from like IKEA and whatever, but one, they're not big enough, and two, the controller for them isn't like, it's just the up and down button. Whereas I would want like pre-made sets, but let me show. Basically, what I would want comes out to like 2.5K, but it does include the settle chair. But it's like basically all of this. You have the grommets. I have to specify Finland every single time for some reason. We'd have the cable management kit and this clamp mounted surge protector, which I kind of want because it would allow me to plug stuff in on the desk, like the laptop. Chair, it would be this Aloha settled chair thing because it looks quite nice and comfortable. We'd get an NT, get a bounce board or mat. I don't need any of these because I already have one. And then for extras, it would be the probably a bottle opener. So it comes out to, oh, how did I get it up to 2,500 before? Am I missing something? I don't know. Anyways, 2,100, I guess. So it's a pipe dream. So course, if if Foley wants to sponsor me and send one out, of course I would be happy to oblige. But let's see, like the tendons that keep the foot arched are inflamed, and this shit keeps going on and going with the high chance of becoming chronic. Been fighting it for 6 months. It really hurts. And the tendons ossify, fossilize due to the inflammation. Oof. Oh, that does not sound enjoyable at all. Yikes. But in other completely unrelated news, we have our MDX stuff working. So the next thing I wanted to do was like timelines and roadmaps and all that, but hilariously enough, I don't actually have a roadmap. Like I don't have one written yet. So yeah, I guess I would want probably more information about the organization. This should actually be well, I could probably import this header. Maybe, I'm not sure. But the about page, like I know it's not that fancy. I'm just trying to figure out like, I have an idea of what content I want on it. It's just about actually writing that content down like a roadmap. So I think for now this will be good enough. I'm not going to launch it with this, but I'll return and write the roadmap content separately. The next thing we're going to want to do, I guess, is the blog, which doesn't exist, of course. Now for the blog, we're going to want to do things a bit different, I think. Although I guess maybe I could use the GraphQL stuff in the blog itself. Because I don't think it'd be much different to this. So that's all nodes. Oh, I guess that would be a problem, is I don't want it to be all MDX. I would want a query. Oh, I guess I have information here. So all MDX link. So I have a blog index, which then maps over the content, which is a node of a post. They have no, do they have typed information? Let's see, npm. Let's do npm types Gatsby. Okay. Type script types. It's not what I want either. Well, we could try install at types Gatsby. Doesn't exist. What about Gatsby? Oh no, I have no idea. This package contains built-in TypeScript declarations. Well, why aren't they working then? Gatsby dot, like that doesn't show anything, you know? That's not typed. Can I change this to yes though? Where did it pull that from? Oh, here, let's see if we can modify this as well. TSX. Rename it to default layout, right? Like so. Default layout.tsx npm start. What if we did import all the things? If I could get that, there we go. Let's see. Data. Alacrity here. Lower that a bit. Oh, no type completions that way. We already have this. Oh, whatever. But had it worked? Let's see. That's rewriting all of it. Source components, pages, default layout. That's what the fuck. I hate that when it looks like it's exited. So you'll do like an up arrow and it spits that shit out rather than actually just properly interrupting and exiting when I want it to. It will not be run. Okay. Why? And where is that even getting it from? Is it getting from here? No. Does it seriously want it to just be vanilla JS? I'm not going to be happy with that. see. No, it still sped it out. Will not be run. Oh yeah, okay. No, I get it. I get it now. Yeah. TSX. I mean, it's pulling in. But what? Let's go back to here. It's literally this, right? So why was it saying? Why? All right, if I just change that to JS and I change this to JS, that's all fine. Make sure that's all saved. I'm gonna see if it gives the warning and then works anyways. So I gave the warning. Now if I go back, refresh. What? How is it? How? You exist. Components, pages, default layout.js. It's here. I haven't really changed it aside from like this, but the import position isn't going to matter. So how is it suddenly? That hasn't changed at all. Just gonna keep running it. And before it's actually really finicky about how you name the files or something. When I could see after it's done building if it doesn't work. Okay, so it still doesn't work. I'm going to rename it back to default hyphen layout. Okay, we're gonna rename it here, default hyphen layout. It's in the right place. It's doing a resolve. No, it's still. How? What did I change that suddenly it's breaking? I don't fucking understand. The GraphQL stuff hasn't changed. None of this has changed. Well, does this at least work? No edge notes there. What about front matter or title? So it is querying it. Then ever slug. We do a path, source, components, pages, default hyphen layout, right? Goes here. We have all this. Let me just, would you like to undo? No, I just want to undo the content. Fine, fucking undo all of it. Yes, sure. Yes. Wow. Okay. Yes. 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 Okay. I'm gonna press tab, but not save, right? So now it's back to what it was before, with no changes there. Oh, actually, no. Why did it? I thought you said you fucking renamed. It's like, do you want to rename? Yes. Default. Dash layout. Dot JS. Okay. It's now a JavaScript file. We're now going to do an npm start. And then we'll start working on the blog index. I don't actually have a design for it, but I kind of have an idea of what I would want it to be. I just have to actually add blog content. So let's do that. I guess we'll do blog. Is there a way of changing the actual slug for it though? Maybe, let's see. Maybe it's part of MDX itself. Thanks for the follow. So if we go to docs and we go to using, maybe? No, that's just for specifying that. What about the header? All right, Gatsby. No header. Adding page metadata, okay. Yeah, I already know about helmet. That's all fine. How about information on the header itself? Because we're able to specify the front matter title. But what about, let's see, front matter. Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. Front. Here, using front matter. Okay. We can specify a path. Perfect. And we could specify a date. Good. Hi there, I am so annoyed now. I spent all day trying to get Wine 7 to work on Pop! OS. But for some reason, Wine 7 cannot install. Well, that sucks. Is it pages? It's because I changed this. Gone back to the next event. Seems to work. Yeah. Personally, I use Endeavor OS, which is, I mean, basically I use Arch, but. So we do content pages. I mean, technically I could do something like this, right? Like type page and then path. I don't know if well, let's see. Does it just automatically work? Where did it go? Here. Path. They really specify path here. It supports front matter. Path. The path option is how you set, no, that's the wrong thing. So that is not of any use, but we could try this path / potato, right? I'm gonna do a rerun of this. Doesn't have any of that information, but we are only getting that. So slug is wanting it to be about, I feel like it didn't rebuild that content. So we'll wait for it to process that again. I still don't know why that's suddenly failing. Budgie site, source, components, pages. Okay. Right, so we have this front matter. Aha, okay, now it's actually exposing all these. Okay. This shouldn't pull up anything, but I do / potato, is it going to? Potato. No. Why is that query not working? Like I literally copy pasted their thing. Query name doesn't seem to matter. MDX with an ID of ID. Get the ID, the body, the front matter. That's the only information we care about. Have the page template, specify the data, which is an object of MDX. Then we just do a return with our base, with helm, the provider, the body, and the front matter. We then do, let's do this, slug. Cannot query field slug on type MDX front matter. Okay. Go back to, oh, I guess I did rename this to .ts. Oh my god, is that why? Please don't tell me that's why. Oh, I don't want it to be why. Oh, please no. Because I just renamed that, it might not compile the Gatsby node TS into JS and then do its thing. Please no. I don't want that to be the reason. But if that is the case, then maybe this default layout thing will work. It didn't give me a warning. Do you want to refresh this? technically that didn't work, but about's there. It shouldn't be using that as a slug though. What if I did slug? So can we not specify Gatsby? Was node.slug. So for each node, but that should be the result pages. I'm going to restart this because I did apply changes and it's telling me that I need to restart. So yeah, say like going back to the whole wine and Linux stuff, it's actually kind of wild. The only reason why I booted up into Windows, maybe it was like a month ago or something, I don't remember, it was a long time ago, or it feels like a long time ago anyways, was to test if Red Dead Online would crash less under, okay, why is that under Windows? And for me it isn't compared to Linux. It's crashing as much. Like, it's frustrating how much it's crashing, but at least I know it's not because of like Proton. It's just because Red Dead Online seems to be complete fucking garbage fire when it comes to that. My wife isn't having any issues with it, but I don't know. So slug. So we create page. Can I? Hello? Is it not? Fine, Gatsby. Okay. Creating and modifying pages. Node path. So, well, we're going to try both. Potato for both. Right? Front matter path. They create it as create path. So maybe we just need node front matter path. That makes so much sense now. Okay, so we could actually do this. So we do create page, right? So we could do const path, page path is equal to node dot front end front matter dot path let's see, node so if the front matter path is defined, otherwise we're just going to use node dot slug, right? Then what we can do is this. So that needs to be restarted, which is fine. All right, now let's see if it'll accept /potato. And the reason why I'm doing it like this, or the reason why I'm caring about this, is I want our blog Markdown files to be formatted as like year, month, day, and then the title, right? So kind of similar to what I have on for Hugo based stuff. And then what I'll do is change the path so it's slash, 2022 0301 / whatever. And then we don't have to worry about it setting the full path is like 2022 - 03 - and so on, like that kind of stuff. So let's see. /potato still isn't there. Oh, real sad. Console.log page path. Let's see. No. So I just put about here. So we're going to do console. Oh, you know what? It might not be part of our query. ID slug. So we actually need, if we go back to the default layout, so we have MDX, we have edges, we have a node, have our ID. What we need is our front matter, right? So it's going to be here, new front matter. And then within our front matter, we are going to have the path. So that's why it's not being specified, most likely. Josh, long time no see. I know, it's been a long time since I've streamed. It's I started work last week of January. Or 3rd, I don't know. It's like the 24th of January. And yeah, that was just like mentally taxing. And then it was sort of mentally taxing the second week, and it's sort of like now as we're getting into it, like I'm kind of used to the work schedule and all that. But it's like the first couple weeks I would basically come home and I would just completely crash. Be so tired. Okay, /potato works, which means our test for this works. So, but so you can see I am alive, repping my Budgie hoodie, right? And why is this not there? I'm gonna rename this default layout moment of truth TSX. Okay, let's rename it here. Default layout .tsx. Reload. I was very happy though that I was able to track down an issue in Budgie and fix it. One that was really annoying me at work. There's actually a few other things I want to fix that are pain points I discovered from using a touchscreen on my Docs PS. They just have a better priority because, I mean, I mostly use the point and mouse, but oh, there we go. Okay, so it does work. So it can actually be a TSX file. Lovely. Doesn't matter too much because type completion doesn't work, but there you have it. Okay. So going back to what we were originally doing though, is we could go back here. It's rebuilding our content. Go back to about, and it should be working. Now it says it won't be run. But we didn't rename this. Okay, I guess it doesn't, I guess it can't be this. Well, we'll at least do this. Reload that. And then we start with our blog. So on our blog, it's just going to be, well, do we want it to be Yeah, you know what? I think we will do this. 22. We'll just do like 03. And it's going to be test dot md. Actually, why am I doing it like this? When what I can do is have some real content here. So let's go ahead and pull this up. We're going to open up a new window. And it's going to be Control-Shift-P, I think. No, it's going to be, I can't remember, Alt-Shift-P. Yeah. I don't have it here, actually. Site. Oh, I hope I didn't delete it. I hope I just nuked it from, okay. Only gonna open up that so I'm not exposing anything. All right, so we need to search for Budgie. Okay. No, I didn't mean to open that. Fuck off. I guess 2021, right? 2021 star? Right, okay. Scroll all the way down the bottom. So we have the Solus 4.3 released. And then we have, oh, here we go. Budgie 10.5.3. All right, so we are going to have a new one. So that's going to be 2021. New content, 2021. 04. Do we want to go all the way to the actual date? So now Budgie DE is decoupled. I mean, it's been decoupled since I did the hard fork in 1st of January, or 2nd of January. Yeah. It's not, I mean, I don't remember, I don't use Solus, so it's definitely, it's not oriented towards Solus anymore, so. All right, so we're gonna have our content here. So we're gonna have title. This is going to be Budgie 10.5.3. Now, whether or not they move over to our fork, I don't know. I would imagine they would. Oh, you know what? This needs to be actually. However, you know, there was that announcement that the rights for it were going to be moved over, and I'm yet to actually receive any emails about any of that stuff yet. You know, I sent out that email on the 1st of January to like transfer assets over and all that kind of stuff. Haven't heard anything back. So. All right, so we have all this, right? We're gonna wanna do something like this. Change this to buddies of Budgie. We're gonna have, oh, I wanna do that. Okay. Bug fixes and cleanup. And then we're going to have the GNOME 40 support. Well, I do think that developing the DE independently is only beneficial. Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. And we're going to have like a proper organization structure and all that around it too. And I want to have, I haven't really discussed it publicly, and I am still like figuring out the details for it. But I want to have like an actual, I want to have the site up and then start talking about the org structure. But the idea that I want to put forward to people is, let me actually change this there, is the fact that I want to have sort of a council right? Where like I'll still be BDFL, where I'll be the one that can override decisions, if I feel like the decisions aren't being, how do I phrase this? If I feel like individuals are going to be making a decision that runs counter to my particular vision with how I want to move Budgie going into the future, then, I would have that opportunity. However, generally speaking, what I want is to have a council of individuals from all of the downstreams, right? And including myself and others that aren't really associated with any downstream. Like I'm not associated with, Solus, I'm not associated with SerpentOS or Endeavor or any of that. I'm just a guy that's working on a desktop and it happens to be DE oriented. I'm gonna rebuild Budgie in JavaScript. Sure, Joshua. Yeah, no, not in a million years. So anyway, so I want a council there to actually foster this sort of cross-distro nature of Budgie and to ensure that decisions that are being made aren't being made in favor of one particular operating system or another, and I want that cross-distro collaboration to exist also to help facilitate creating a Budgie desktop that also doesn't favor one individual or one project or another, like for example with Solus, when Solus was, I guess, the house or the home for Budgie, I wouldn't say that what I was doing was oriented towards Solus. However, I would say that because I was developing it under Solus and I was doing things like having all of our branding and the bottom panel and our defaults in its own branding package, what that meant was there was a big discrepancy between the default experience for everybody else versus the default experience for Solus. So, and it's actually kind of funny that Cerebit was the one that discovered when he was installing EndeavorOS before I was, that the Budgie panel default hadn't been updated for like 4 years. And so it still had a top panel. And all that. So that's like the first thing we changed was making sure we copied over like the branding stuff that we had for Solus, like in terms of the default panel layout, and applied that to Budgie, because that was something, I always worked on. But it's those sort of things where, you might feel like you have a lesser Budgie experience if you install it on like EndeavorOS or some other operating system, maybe Gecko Linux or what have you, compared to Solus, because Solus just happened to be the platform it was developed under, and that's where a lot of the changes were made. So the goal going forward, of course, is to make it completely agnostic, to have sort of a council-like system, and to also have more people that do have direct commit access. And that's something we already have at the moment. Like if I go to our GitHub, right? I go to say Budgie Desktop. You have Foss Freedom directly committing stuff. You have me directly committing stuff. You have Cerebit directly committing stuff. Eben Yeager directly committing stuff, like people with direct commit access. And then for some of the things where, I want to have that oversight to approve or not approve changes, I just request that people do submit pull requests like Cerebit started doing for this. And then in the case of like Budgie Control Center, I've been mostly hands off with that. And that's another thing, is putting trust in individuals to do what makes the most sense for them and for downstreams and for the project as a whole, and entrusting that they can execute on that. So in this case, the idea was forking GNOME Control Center to have Budgie Control Center for the 10 series. Because there's a lot of changes that have happened in GNOME Control Center where if you literally click on some options, it'll crash GNOME Control Center under Budgie, and then you can't ever actually open it up again. Like that sort of stuff. So doing all of that, cleaning up the settings, moving settings, all of that, I've been mostly hands-off. I've done some stuff like introducing the fractional scale stuff, merging in privacy bits into displays to centralize some of the settings and make it more easier for discovery. But as you can see, 90% of this work has been Foss Freedom, right? Because he knows what needs to be landed to reduce his workload for like Ubuntu and for Debian inclusion, and also just general quality assurance stuff. You know, I've been doing that, Sarahbit's been doing that, but as you can see, things are mostly hands-off though, right? Like I don't have to go in and approve every single commit. So that's a long tangent, but so yeah, Budgie maintainers from different distros will reach out. Well, I mean, we already have people from different distros already. So like we have Ebenezer, he's doing stuff on behalf of Solus. We have Foss Freedom on behalf of Ubuntu Budgie. We have Sarahbit and myself. We're kind of more agnostic, but we're doing things like by using it on EndeavorOS, which by proxy is then using it under Arch. And then we have individuals like, his name escapes me, or their name escapes me. Let me pull it up. Kodik. I'm pretty sure he's with the EndeavorOS team. I haven't heard anything from like Gecko Linux people or anyone from the Fedora camp, but that's okay. Anyways, so this is all stuff I want to detail, like on the About page, right? Like the organization structure with the transparent roadmap. And that's another thing that I really want to do, is have a lot of transparency into Budgie development. You know, that's why all of the discussions, I tell people, don't have your discussions in your own distro silos. Like, talk on our agnostic matrix space to get feedback from everybody. Let's break down these silos. So, yeah. Tangent over. Is this done yet? Why is this not? Default layout will not run. All right, we're gonna just cancel that entirely. So we need to update these alt image things. So we need images from somewhere. Let's see. Remark images. And good afternoon, brave Sir Jeff. Right. Processes images in Markdown so they can be used in the production build. In the processing, it makes the images responsive. Adding an elastic container to hold the size of the image while it loads to avoid layout jumps. Generating multiple layouts of images at different widths. Okay. Uses the blur up technique. Oh, interesting. Let's add these. Okay. So we can just use it like this, like normal. But is that... I guess we just have them in the same place. Okay. So we would want to have a Budgie desktop settings.jpg here as an example. But where, let me look this up again. 27. Okay. What does the date need to be formatted as? I just want to know what date format they're expecting. Gatsby. Here, front matter. Like, I'm gonna guess it's probably what, 8601, is it? Oh, I thought I saw it. Formatting dates. What? Okay. Might just need to be just trial and error on this. Can we do npm audit fix? We're gonna try what, 2021-04-27. Stop by, say, hey KP. Okay, we're also gonna need to copy the, let's move this off screen. So we could go navigate to where the assets were. That's gonna be static images posts 2021-04. Right. So let's open up this container folder. I'm gonna copy this over here, like so. All right, let's see. So did this actually fix it, or is it just telling us what we need to fix? We'll install Gatsby at 2.19, which is a breaking change. I don't want to do that. I don't want to break even more stuff. I'm already having issues. All right, so we have that. So we can just do exclamation mark, brackets, and it's gonna be Budgie desktop settings, and it's going to be /Budgie desktop. JPEG. All right. So we have that. It's not going to handle this content yet, but what we can do is, so let's create pages. So that's for our normal pages. All right, so we have remark images. So we need probably to add this to our config. I'm not sure where though. Let's try it here. This doesn't need to be like that. Why did it? All right, whatever. We have this max. This is going to be 1920. Or remark images. Link images to original. True. Show captions, no. With WebP. I'm not going to do any of those yet. I mean, all of that seems rather fine. Well, we can just give that a go. Okay, then we have this. Okay, we need to fix this up like so. Add a comma there. No idea if any of this is going to work. Okay, so next we are going to want our blogs, right? So we're going to do const blogs is equal to result dot data dot. I don't want all MGX though. Can we have a dedicated query for it? It might be better just to let it do its thing first. We do npm start, because then we can mess around with the query itself. Because it looks like we might be able to have multiple queries. What is it bitching about now? Transformer remark. Okay. Parses markdown files using remark. Okay. Do I need to do that? Oh yeah, I guess so, because then it... Okay. All right, npm install. It's kind of weird that they didn't have that command listed. They just kind of assumed you already had it installed. All markdown remark. And does this conflict with the MGX stuff? I guess we're gonna find out. Yeah, it's not liking that. Yeah, it doesn't know what MDX is anymore. So actually, let's cancel this. We're gonna do an npm uninstall on transformer remark, and instead, in our MDX, we have this. Can we have Gatsby? Let's see if they have something for images. They do. So we have Gatsby remark images. Okay, and then it resolves to, all right. This config option is used for compatibility with the set of plugins many people use with remark that require the Gatsby environment to function properly. In some cases, like Gatsby remark Prism.js, it makes more sense to use a library like Prism React Renderer, blah, blah, blah. In other cases, like Gatsby remark images, the interaction with the Gatsby API is well deserved. Weird name, or weird way of phrasing that. Because the images can be optimized by Gatsby and you should continue using it. Did I read this earlier? I swear I did. All right, so we have plugins. Then we have our images, right? Yeah, so we actually, do we specify it multiple times? So we specify it before the resolver here. Okay, so we do this. And then for our, we need another object. And we need this resolve in here. And then within that, we need an options object. And then within that, we need Gatsby remark plugins as an array. And finally, within that, we need this, which is a resolve for remark that has its own images. Turtles all the way down. My God. I don't know if, C#. Wrapper of the sharp image manipulation. I guess because that's supposed to handle it for us, as opposed to just image. Let's try it with this, I guess. Okay, so that failed. Unknown token, right? This. Why is it still? Had that object. Expected identifier. Am I missing something here? Images, and then we have an object. Oh, I put it. There we go. Set materia dark GTK theme. It is, yes. Oh, so that failed on all MDX edges. Is it still somehow using a remark? I feel like it is. And that's saying it won't run. We're gonna let it do its thing and then just see what the Interactive GraphQL Explorer says. I feel like it's still building the bundle, so I think this GraphQL stuff is going to be inaccurate. There we go. Okay, now it's in theory done. I wish it wouldn't add all this. Okay. So we're going to run all MDX. Front matter. Okay. That's fine. So is that, did we accidentally duplicate that or something? No. Let's see. Cannot query field path on type MGX front matter. But you can? It was literally working earlier? We have this default layout, which has that content. Okay, let's go back to our Gatsby config here. I think we need this multiple times. So one for pages, one for posts. Do blog as the key. Blog hyphen posts. It's going to be content and then blog. Okay. I still have no idea what's going on here. Of undefined. Cannot reading. Just retry it. Because it was giving that warning again up here. Oh, no, it's not anymore. That is the correct resolve path. Result from this, all MDX. So we resolve with, let's just double check that we don't have remarks somewhere. Have remark images. That's what it calls for. Okay. Let's see, if I cancel this, do npm install, have it go all the way up. So we're not pulling in remark at all. It's resolving with plugin MDX. How strange. If I just Control Z. Go back to this, refresh. We have all MDX, right? Well, now it's actually showing. Wait. Oh, right, because this could be test.mdx. Right, okay. Is it failing because of that? It shouldn't be. Slash blah? Wait, where is slash blah coming from? Oh, it's coming from this. Okay, let's delete that. That was very confusing. So yeah, it's not generating. I'm just gonna give it a go by renaming this default. I know it sounds ridiculous, but I'm out of ideas here. But at least it's indexing this correctly. If we were to get date. Oh, yeah, it's still. GraphQL query in the non-page component. I haven't changed that at all. So we're just gonna ignore that for now. There's something else going on here. Still saying it's restarting the development server. So yeah, wow. Did it complain about? Yes. Cannot query. My slug fields was a number, whereas the others were strings. Oh. So maybe because those aren't defined. Well, that's should still be fine. This is just perpetually stuck. Christ. So if we did path / about, right? We do this as 2021. I don't want to do this, but I'm just seeing if it happens to work. Budgie. Actually, let's do, yeah, Budgie. Budgie 10.5.3, right? And then on here, we'll do title test with the path of 2022-03. Like eventually I want to have all this automatic, but I have to see if maybe it's just being very pedantic about the content. Go back to the GatsbyJS config. So we're reading content blog as blog posts, and content pages as pages. Look, it's not failing now. It's doing this console log. What? Maybe there's a way of, is there like conditional, like it might not be defined kind of thing? Graph QL conditional. Fetch a field conditionally. Okay. Conditional queries. No. Okay. I have no idea. But about page renders and if I go back to this and I query our front end matter. But the thing is, oh, I guess it is because, oh, right, yeah. Our pages would be expecting that, but our query for blog posts wouldn't, so that makes sense. So if we go to, let's see. It showed for a second there. Did you see that? So it's like it's doing the scaling down thing. Oh, I need to change this fork thing. So why is it not loading in that image? So we have our plugin image, right? And our Gatsby config. It's right here. Oh wait, no, we have this remark images. It's still using Gatsby remark images. Oh, what's the difference between this and... Well, that's just site-wide? Not gonna worry about that. We have media types. Okay. Working with images and Markdown posts and pages. Do you have their featured stuff? One way to do is grab the image file name from a front matter field and then transform it with Gatsby plugin sharp. The solution assumes you have already programmatically generated pages from Markdown with renderers. Yeah, so we're doing MDX, right? So we have plugins. We specify plugin sharp, transformer sharp. This was remark. So I would ignore that part. But I would want plugin sharp. Which I have. Transformer sharp. Creates image sharp nodes from image types. Yeah, let's see their live demo. Rotate exposes rotate, okay. Fluid stretches across the fluid with container, but will download the smallest image needed. Okay. Fixed. Don't really know if I need that though. Oh yeah, is it specifying images? Where would it specify? Node. Oh wait, no, wrong file. front end matter featured image. Okay. Inline images. The plugin Gatsby Remark Images comes in handy. Using the MDX. Okay. Below example uses the Gatsby plugin MDX. Gatsby Remark Images needs to be both a sub plugin of Gatsby plugin MDX included in blah. Gatsby plugin Sharp can be included on its own. Needs to be pointed to wherever you have the images on disk. Well, it's in the same. Okay. I mean, it's in the same folder. This seems to be fine, right? Like, it's just doing source pages. Gatsby Remark Images. So that's the same as what we're doing. Like, it's definitely pulling in that image, right? Like, it's reading it. I don't understand why. It's failing to get the image. So is it just a caching issue? Guess we'll find out. And there's going to be a lot of polish we're going to have to do to the styling of the blog post and all that, but we'll get around to that eventually. In theory, it's done. What if I don't use this? Or Sharp. What if I don't use Sharp? Yeah, that's fine. It doesn't need to be set up. Unless it's wanting it for the remark images. No, I'm still doing that console log on this. Yeah. Still building. For fuck's sake. Okay, what if I drop that and I just just nuke all this shit. See what happens now. Is it still gonna embed it or is it gonna flip out some other way? Yeah, that development bundle stuff takes forever. plugin. So this is how, like, this should work. Like when I was doing it like this. I guess I did specify remark images separately. Oh no, it specified. Why is it different? I guess because that's using remark instead of MDX. Yeah, so now it's just not even adding in the image. Okay, well, we tried. What if I dropped max width? Oh, I still need to re-add sharp. Hopefully it won't take another 60 seconds to build this. Because these build times are really, really miserable. Plugin sharp. Oh yeah, one or more of your plugins have changed. So it does rebuild it every single time. Gatsby remark goes after. Do we have a plugin? Gatsby remark. This example assumes your images and Markdown are sourced from the same directory. Well, they are. It's right here. But we can specify it as separate. So it worked there, but not when we set a different max width? What? Am I the only one where that... What? I don't understand. What, did it just continue to... I guess I kept using the wrong picture source, so I was using the blurred, like 20 pixel wide one. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and create a different query here. So let's refresh this entirely. So we want one where, so we get not all MDX, but MDX where front matter type. Can we do conditions? I'm not terribly familiar with GraphQL either. Graph. Queries here. Friend's name. So we would do like something like this, right? Arguments. So let's try this. We're gonna do all MDX. Node. Can I clean this up entirely? Okay. So we have our date. I don't need headings. Okay. So we have all this. Type null. That's all fine. So we want type. How do I do that? Unit. I don't think this is gonna work, but type equals page. Yeah, that's definitely not valid. Like this, maybe? No? If somebody in chat knows if there's a way of doing this where I could filter by a given like page type, right? Like, so I'd have front matter and then type. That'd be great. GraphQL equals date published. Oh, I might be able to do what? EQ, maybe? It uses infix notation. So and, or, not, and it has, I did see EQ. Yeah, so it has EQ. So I might be able to do type EQ path. No, it'd be page. Oh, that's not within the actual query. Fuck's sake. Okay, so we have fields, arguments. Would be front matter. Or would it be something like this? Front matter. Dot path. ID. Hero episode from the Empire. All right. The only thing we could do is traverse object with their fields. Be very useful. The ID of 1000, name and height, which would return this. So path of, no, it'd be type of page. Like this. Unknown argument. Type. What? Let's see it. Do they have some documentation on this? Sourcing data. Querying data here. Overview. Page queries. GraphQL, yeah. Oh, here we go. MDX. So that'd be querying the individual blog posts. Title is equal using. All right. The MDX blog post query will return an MDX node in a site where a Gatsby plugin MDX is installed and .mdx files have been sourced with a Gatsby source file system, so long as it matches the argument passed in for a title equaling EQ the string using a theme. Right, but ours isn't. What about within front matter? Gatsby filter by front matter. Here we go. You can filter content based on a front matter key, so you create it, blah, blah, blah. Right, so they have, here's what I care about. All Markdown remarks. So they do a filter by front matter with the status, okay. So they have a filter. So we do all MDX pages. With the filter as an object. Filter as an object, front matter of having type equal to page. Oh, it's type, then an object within that of EQ page. Okay, that worked. Wow. All right. Nice. So that will allow us to query all of that. Okay. The alternative, of course, is, well, we're going to want this on a dedicated blog page anyways, so all right, here, this is going to be for our root pages. So result, root, pages, result, right? Okay, and we have that. And that will go through our data and iterate through it for this. Okay. We are then going to want one for like a blog index. So for this, I guess what we'll want is a pages I guess we could do it down here. blog.tsx. So we're gonna have blog. We need to import also. So import that, import home. We probably gonna need all this, right? Our components, we aren't gonna need image banner. We're gonna need the base. Our components, right? And we're gonna have our page. So it's gonna be const blog page is equal to react dot fc like so. Let's just double check because they actually had one for blog index. Here. Making a blog index. So they specify data. Right? So this would be GraphQL. Right. But of course, this gets a little bit more complicated when we start to want to do pagination. Right. Well, I guess for now it's going to be data has no idea what that is. So posts, node post. Yeah, post ID and slug and all that. I guess we could just copy this and see what happens. Oh, let's see. I guess it'd be what do we have here? Do we have a type specified? No idea if this is gonna work. Blog. Probably not. It has no idea what blog index is. It's this blog page. In theory, it's done. Oh, it's not. Has no idea what any of these pages are. Probably because it's no idea what data is. And it's not It doesn't seem to actually be using this page query at all. So that's programmatically creating pages. That's this post page layout, which presents the same layout as this. And then, oh, I guess they're just doing that on their index. Whereas our index is different. Let's see, querying data. Page queries. So let's try this. Graph QL dot query template string. It returns a static query document. Const doc is equal to this. Let's see. Right? We have doc dot as not helpful at all. Export const query. Use the query result. Data.site. What? Okay. Let's revert all this. Export. Export const on the page query. So it's going to be blog index query. We have our blog page, which should really just be what blog index. Did you test how the mic in your headphones would sound on stream? No, I haven't gotten that to work. Whenever I switch the mic on the sound input to the headphones, it changes my default audio device to a completely different Bluetooth thing that only goes out on mono and doesn't actually output any sound, and the input doesn't work at all, so I'm not really sure what's going on there. So yeah, it's pretty weird. Why is this? Also, this music repeating over and over and over again is actually pretty annoying. It's actually starting to get on my nerves. Let me look up something else. YouTube. Royalty free. All right, we are going to stop this music. Ah, my ears, finally. Okay. Then we're gonna go with Chill Synthwave because we've never had that one before. Could barely hear the music. All right, so site metadata. If I go back to this, it just doesn't fucking work. I'm gonna restart it entirely. Front matter is equal to blog. It doesn't help that this isn't typed either. Oh. Did that stutter for you guys? Or did it just stutter for me? Okay. Let's talk about the audio just to make sure everybody's on the same page. So we do query. No, I want like an index. Query index page. Okay. I mean, that's great, but that's a single homepage. Handling Markdown. Okay. Do you have a blog with the data blog? You map over it, so that's all Markdown. Post nodes. Okay, so they're doing source pages blog.js as opposed to that's my blog post. Okay. Name blog. We will build a separate page for it. So they're kind of doing the same thing I'm doing already. Source pages. And I have something called blog.tsx. Importing React, GraphQL. Have our export default. So we're doing an export default on blog index. Like so. data any. Let's try this. Right? Our blog index query, which I guess maybe has to be named page query. So that will get all of our MDX, filtering by any post that had the front matter type of blog. We're mapping over our posts. So they're doing data.blog. So we could just do data.blogs as well. And then in our query, we do blogs. Posts as nodes. Or I guess, would it be posts as edges? Definitely not that. Restart. Okay. Oh, we're getting closer. Let's do a console.log on data. Blogs, which has an array of nothing. Okay. So maybe that has something to do with it. If we did front matter type is equal to blog, it should show. Okay, what if we did this? Is it an issue with our filter? It is, okay. So we revert that, we go filter by front matter. Posts. A node, front matter. Oh, this doesn't have. What if we update that? So it was saved, but Gatsby didn't know about it. Okay. Sure. I'll take it, whatever. Okay. So we have that. We don't have a featured image for 10.5.3, I don't think. So might have to figure out a way of like generating that. We have that. Do we have one for 10.5.2? So that's 2020. So 2012. Okay. So we can start by copy pasting this into blog 2020/12. I do Budgie .10.5.2.mdx. Add that. All right. We don't need authorship yet. Categories. This we'll just have as that. Update this to path. Featured image as relative. Okay. And then wherever we have alt image, we need this. Just normal syntax. Like so. Have another one here. It's a lot of images. Christ. All right. Raven on left. Translations, which are always super duper valuable because they make Budgie more accessible to people around the world. Love the translators. Okay. That's all fine. Nuke that. Okay. Let's make sure. Let's refine this as. Oh. Apparently I have a keybind set to switch between day and night modes. And apparently that is control something. What the fuck? My eyes. Let's see. Tools project. All right, let's change this to. What the fuck? Should be doing it here. There. Buddies of Budgie. Where's my bot? I don't know. Do you have a noise gate? Yes, I do. Nuke this. I'm trying to do away with a lot of these. Thanks to contributor. Because no offense, but I don't want to see. Let's nuke that. By contributor. Actually, we don't really need contributor there. Campbell Jones. Yeah, that's fine. Let's see, we wanted to enable all Budgie downstreams to ship Budgie without compromise. Okay. Let's see. I feel like there was get soul, yeah, here. Get soul, so we want to transifex.com. I'll say it's buddies of Budgie. Probably long size. Okay, we're gonna want this. Yeah. Okay, save, and we need to update. So if I go to 2020. 12, 2020, 12. Okay. Nice. Added files. It's not updating the path for that. But if I, let's see, if I manually go to it though. Yeah, what the, hold on, what the fuck? It's not updating either of them. But if I do that, okay, let's just do an npm start. Oh, you know what? It's not fucking building it because it doesn't know what layout to use. Oh, okay. Right. We'll remove this for now. Start the build. Pizza's ready. Food. I might stop soon to well, call it a day soon and get food and all that too. I know 4 hours isn't exactly the longest, but you know. Got some stuff done. I still want to have a bit of a weekend. My god, the development bundles. So slow. Yeah, the Markdown parsing stuff has taken a lot longer than I expected it to. Sticking around with that much longer than I was hoping, and I'm really disappointed about the fact that I seem to need to use JavaScript for that. But if anybody happens to watch this, say on YouTube or something, and feel the need to provide me corrections or something, or information on how I could actually use TypeScript, that'd be appreciated. Or TypeScript for the layouts, because it doesn't seem to be working. None of that made any sense in my brain. It's my brain. Okay. It shouldn't be fucking 10.y. Literally have it right here. The path right here. Path, type. Front matter should be fine. Like it's showing them here. Oh, you know what? It's using the node path. That's why. I need to do a query modification on this. now it's rebuilding. Now if I click on 10.5.2, okay. This isn't the full size though. So I don't know why it's not using the full size. $650. Okay, so it has to do with Gatsby config. Try this. Pineapple on pizza. Oh, you disgust me. But hey, we have like this blog index thing working. Obviously, we're going to have to get like pagination working and all that. So, you know, we'll only show like 5 or however. I'm going to have to mess around with Figma. And then on the next stream I do, I'll actually have some mockups that we could start implementing. But this is a good test to actually see how the queries work and play around with those and all of that. And then we can... I'm not sure how I'm going to do the pagination. I might have to see what that looks like on the Gatsby side of things. So we could have like blog and then blog page 2, blog page 3. Because eventually we'll have like, you know, 400 million blog posts and we'll want to paginate between them. But do it on the server side. So that way the likes of Google and Bing and DuckDuckGo and the like can index it. So if I refresh this, go to it. All right, that's much better. I don't know why it's working now, but I'm not going to complain. Let's rename that to contributor. Contributor. Thanks. Nice. So it's a start. Nice. Okay. So we have that one and we have this one. So it's a good start. Is there any, I mean, obviously there's more, but I want to eventually pull in like all of the blog posts. We have this for January 1st. I'm gonna skip out on probably I could probably rename this. Yeah, you know what? Let's do that. We're going to have a new blog. So it's going to be November, so 11. And it's going to be called Budgie Desktop View First Development .mdx. Yeah, there's a long path for it, but whatever. So we're gonna go over to this post. We're gonna do Budgie Desktop. 2020-11-26. Something like that, and then I'll need to copy this. Although technically this will be our featured image. Like so. Let's rename, so we have this. So of course we recognize that keeping Solus on an old version of Nautilus. Let's see. Recognize that requiring some downstreams to stick with an old version of Nautilus, so it's not going to be, let's see, not only do we want your, let's see, excuse, what the fuck? Okay. Let's just full screen this. Fucking hell. We want to enable our downstreams to ship Budgie akin to, well, to enable all of our downstreams to ship Budgie without compromising on functionality. Okay. So that's to facilitate this. Our goal with Budgie 10.5.2 was to introduce a new separate project. Yep. Today we are thrilled to announce. See, Buddies, Budgie instead. Okay. Let's remove that GTK4 thing while we're at it. Or I could not select what I wanted to select. There. Okay. No GTK4 related bit. Let's see. Nemo is not something some downstreams ship in their repositories. Which has been validated by the buddies of Budgie team. Because let's be real, I was the one that validated this, and I am part of the Buddies of Budgie team, so I'm going to go ahead and all community members. Let's see. I'm not gonna. Let's see. Do that. There we go. We have actually a on Budgie 10.5.2. Let's see. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. That should be good to go. We need that Budgie desktop settings thing from November. Okay. Budgie desktop settings with view. Oh, this should go here. There we go. Okay. If I refresh. It does not appear. All right. It should automatically do that, so there's probably something wrong with this. Path 20, this should be 2020 for starters. 2011. Oh, that accidentally saved. Damn it. Do this. 2020. Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and do this again. Oh, I don't know why it sometimes fails to just properly watch those new directories. So there's going to be that, and that's for November. Was this 10.5.1? No, 2019 was when, all right, 2019, 1.9, star. Wait, what? Well, I already know where it is, so here. Now if I refresh, blog, is it, oh, you know what, it might be this, because it has the quote in it. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Well, that's good to know for the future. Yeah, I guess technically that would be invalid YAML syntax, so. All right, that technically looks fine. I'm gonna have to do another pass on the content before, but I want to try to get everything ported over, which is gonna take a lot of work. So I might do that off stream at some point. Let me, what do I not have saved? Index. What have you saved? Oh, that. Okay, sure, whatever. So I do think I'm gonna call it there. As a recap of what I've done, it hasn't been a whole lot, to be honest, but We had a lot of issues with getting the Markdown stuff working for one, right? Because I was initially trying to do it with TypeScript and it wasn't working. And then a lot of the documentation was just completely incorrect. And then after that, when I finally found some accurate documentation, only then was I able to start actually getting to work. Kept trying TypeScript, doesn't work, so we're gonna have to just use plain old JavaScript for now, and see about maybe changing that up in the future if possible. After that, started figuring out the blog situation. So we have a blog here, and that will, just generate this page for now. Let me go back to it. Effectively as an index of our current content in our blog subfolder, which is using the same layout at the moment as this, which is fine because if anything, we'll probably want our Markdown to be as close to identical across the documentation and the blog posts and the main pages. So I'm not too worried about that, but we'll have to go through and clean this up. I already saw documentation on how to do that, but if we decide, we could either do that with Sass or we could do it using Material UI with the typography bits. So we have a lot of options. After all that, I had to spend some time getting images to work. Our issue with that was it was using, actually, I'm not even entirely sure what the issue was because it's in our Gatsby config here, we had a max width set to 1920, so full HD. And when it was doing that, it was showing it as like a 20 by 20 pixel blurred up, like Facebook and Medium and other blogging websites do, so the layout doesn't change when it's loaded the image. So I removed that and it started working, and then I added it back and it's working again now. So I think it's just some weird Gatsby caching issue. In the future, I might have to just nuke the dog cache entirely and just have it do it from scratch and see if that works. And then we started messing around with just porting over some of the content here, like 10.5.2 here, and we'll make this fancier going into the future. We're gonna want to modify this so it uses our lightbox instead. So we'll have to probably do some sort of Markdown shortcode and have it leverage that in our layout. But that shouldn't be too difficult, knocking on wood. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure the next time I'll stream. And the reason I say that is because of work and all that. Some days, I'm just home and completely exhausted. And other times I come home and I'm perfectly fine. And it hasn't been like that taxing of a day. So that's just how it goes. But if you do want to keep up to date on when I will be streaming, it'll be on my Twitter, twitter.com/Josh Strobl. And my VODs go up on my YouTube, and I generally post about it on my social media as well. But that's going to be it for today. Until next time. Actually, before I forget, if I go to Buddies of Budgie, because I don't have the site up, the best way of getting this new fancy hoodie and a lot of other Budgie merch is to go to the Buddies of Budgie and then scroll down to our January 19th announcement here, where we have our shops up. So we have our Spreadshirt shops for EU and US, where you could get a bunch of different designs for men and women, of course. And there's some stickers too. And they ship, see, if I stay in EU, you can see this is the Europe shop, and this is the US shop, and I have this right here, just not for, actually I don't have the one for women, so I'm not sure why I pulled that one up. Let me go to it. I have this is the one I have. It's a really nice t-shirt, and all the proceeds, so all of the profits, go to our open collective, which is opencollective.com. To type it because somehow I don't have a bookmark, but should be buddies of Budgie. Let's see. Here. I think it's with hyphens actually. Yeah, it's underscored with hyphens. So you're welcome to support us there. And the support will basically get you nothing except continued development of Budgie, and that money will go to infrastructure, and it will go to being able to put bounties on different tasks for people that are known contributors. So yeah, I want to thank everybody for tuning in, and everybody that's contributed here, all those that have translated, and it'll be nice once I get the actual Budgie site out, right? And have a central hub where I could just go to go to buddiesofbudgie.org, and it'll be your one-stop shop for everything. But you know, that's still a work in progress. So this could be it for today though, and I will see you all next time. So goodbye.